are organized in coordination with the actors of the civil society and the various partners from international organizations and embassies, including the one that is organized today as part of the Algeria and the United States cooperation, and with the partnership are organized with coordination through the contribution of experts from the United States. This national conference or symposium tackles the capability of the startups to continue existing in the business environment in Algeria, and this will be enriched by the students, PhD students, the players of the civil society, and this is based on the development of micro enterprises, small and medium-sized enterprises and startups, because they are a source of innovation and contribute mainly to boost the the national economy and the market as well, in the light of the new technologies, the environment, the energy transition, and so on. So supporting startups should be on the long run, so that it could allow us to come up with an elite of managers and company holders likely to enrich, to create wealth and riches in the country, and also to penetrate international markets. So the resources that Algeria is endowed with constitute a think tank likely to create innovation and creativity, and also ideas that contribute to the emergence of those companies. So this think tank is likely to make a leap forward in the economy, in the national economy, and also to create companies that develop the economic and industrial tissue in the country. In light of all that, Algeria is adopting a medium-run strategy which generate its capabilities and resources from small-sized companies and micro-enterprises and startups. Therefore, public companies should aspire to develop good results, and also to provide to ensure sustainability, and also the proper environment for the development of those companies, and also to create all the necessary conditions for them. So the continuation of micro enterprises and startups is likely to develop the industrial tissue and economic tissue in Algeria. And in this context, several countries endeavored to develop Industry 4.0, which is based on artificial intelligence in production, marketing, and services, and all the aspects related to economic life. And this is what we should aspire to realize here in Algeria in the field of advanced technology. Algeria, with its current resources and capabilities, is able to build an economy based on artificial intelligence and digitization, and the CNAS in its capacity as a space of discussion and talks, sees that the economy should be based on 4 points. So the follow-up of continuity of small-sized companies, and also the incubators, so to direct the the government and the state in general to acquire or to purchase the services and products produced by those companies, and also to encourage PhD students and also professors to build those, or to create those startups, and also to back them. And the other point is to build partnership and cooperation with foreign companies. So the government should work in this field which is related to the development of startups by creating the spirit of entrepreneurship. So to redouble efforts of financing devoted or loaded to startups and public funds, actually, to encourage and finance project holders, creative project holders. So also to encourage the creativity and the innovation in the fields of sciences, technology, mathematics, and all the matters that support the yield of students and also the society in general. And as part of this efforts, there has been a committee to analyze the efforts of startups, actually, in Algeria, to discuss the legal framework, the financing mechanisms, and also to develop or to hold startups delivered by American experts in the field of advanced technology. And at the end, I declare this conference meeting, and I wish you the best or success in your proceedings. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I thank the chair for the orientations and instructions that would be a matter of discussions during the workshops that are going to be held tomorrow for devoted to the startup holders, managers, and the students. So I give the floor now to the Minister Delegate in charge of startups and micro enterprises. Good morning, Mr. the Chairman of the Economic and Environmental Council, Mr. the Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here with you today as part of this meeting held under the logo or the theme of continuation of startups and micro enterprises. As you may know, micro enterprises and startups are an important axis in the building of a new economic model in the country, like other countries in the world. So as you may know as well, the role of startups is being reinforced every day more, especially in light of other technologies and artificial intelligence. So it's considered a leap forward in terms of technology, and it becomes necessary now and decisive for the world's country to adapt to this advance, which is based on technology, and this is done through the backend and support of micro enterprises and startups in the field of advanced technologies. So startups constitute a great rate in the economic development in the world, and this grants it a great deal of importance. And Algeria has to adapt to this celerity in technological increase. And this was reflected by the creation of a ministry delegate in charge of startups and micro enterprises. And over a year now, so the ministry has developed a strategy to back those micro enterprises and startups to allow them to develop and to get more, in a more fluid way, financing and funds. So we have worked for over a year now to develop a legal framework to allow those companies actually to benefit from advantages, tax incentives, and also to create a fund aimed at encouraging risk capital, and also the co-funding. We have also worked to encourage the creation of incubators and also the important role that they have. And over the last 6 months, so the number of incubators have developed both in public, private sectors and in universities as well. And we have efforts now from all sectors to support the creation of those incubators. We have also developed joint ventures for both public and private enterprises, and also to encourage what we call joint creativity to solve the problems related to their economic problems. We still have a long way to go to develop an inclusive strategy that allows the micro enterprises to get the necessary funding and also to export their products to international markets. So we have done some work with the Algerian bank to facilitate the export of digital services, and there will be an opening for those startups towards the world. And also there is an increase of the international funds here in Algeria, a work that will make Algeria a pole that attracts international funders and also international important companies. So today, there is no place in the market for the companies that don't innovate, that don't create new things. We will also work to register the patents on the national and international levels, and we will allow the largest number of university students or graduates to move from an idea to a concrete form of their companies or startups. So we would do also prototypes work. So today, the ministry is building this ecosystem that started from scratch, I would say, but didn't live up to the expectations of the Algerian youth and also the university graduates that prove at every event their good command of technology and technological aspects. And this will allow us to understand better the problems that hinder the development of those startups, and which could allow them to live up to the modern technology, and this will allow us to make known all the efforts and works that are being done by the government, and also the backend and support of the mechanism. So, and without further ado, so I'd like to conclude by saying, by wishing you good proceedings, and I hope that this seminar will live up to the expectations of the startup managers that are present here with us today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I think that in the CNAS, we believe that the ministry delegate in charge of micro enterprises and startups, and also those companies, have done a great deal of work, and they have made progress, because we have startups in all fields of endeavor. So this This conference was done in cooperation with the U.S. Embassy, in partnership with the U.S. Embassy here in Algeria. We thank it very much. It's natural that this conference will culminate in concrete results, especially the agreement in the launch of joint projects between public Algerian companies and also the program of startups in the United States. So I give the floor to the United States chargé d'affaires to give his speech. Good morning, everyone. Mr. the Chairman of the CNAS, Mr. the Minister Delegate, ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. Embassy thanks you for your presence today and extends its warm thanks to the CNAS for the organization of this workshop. The United States is determined to develop partnership with Algeria, in particular economic partnership, which will the present workshop is held on a timely manner, where the Algerian government is seeking to diversify its economy and set up a sustainable ecosystem for startups and the economy of knowledge. The United States is ready and willing to collaborate with you to reach this objective. All the knowledge economy have a percentage of employment in the field of technology, especially the sector of ICT and engineering, health, training, or artificial intelligence as well. So there is an increasing profit generated by those enterprises here in Algeria or abroad. And as a consequence, there is a high level of technology innovation, which is of a paramount importance for knowledge economy. Startups and technology play an important role in this technology innovation, which is necessary for knowledge economy. It does play this role for two main reasons. So to respond to the demand of technology to be of interest to enterprises. So those startups are not limited to certain sectors. So over the years, the United States has ensured the development of technology, of startups in the field of technology. So it has been working with startups from all over the world. I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you good proceedings over these 2 days of workshop. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I call, if you allow me, Mr. Mohammed Salek, the director of the Office of Patents, to give his floor, and then we take a coffee break, and then we will continue with our interventions. So the second presentation will be by Mr. Nordin Wadah, the director of micro enterprises and startups, and then the intervention of the Algerian venture, and then we'll have the presentation of Mr. Bel Mahdi, and we will conclude the morning with an intervention of Professor Demouchi, who is the director of Androvet. Peace and blessing be upon you, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, the ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the participants. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you very much for the invitation from the International Organization of Intellectual Property. I'd like to thank especially Mr. Redatier for this invitation and for all the efforts that the CNAS is undertaken during this historic period of Algeria in a bid to consolidate the efforts of the Algerian government to diversify the Algerian economy and to access, to make Algeria access the world of artificial technology. So the efforts mentioned by Dr. Tier and also by the minister delegate in charge of knowledge economy and startups. So I am going to try to comply with the time that was allotted to me. And stick to the time that was allotted to me. So I'm going to speak in French. So I'm very happy to be with you today. I said that I'm going to go quickly over my presentation to hover over my presentation in a very quick manner so that I respect the time that was allotted to me. I'm going to speak about the intellectual property. I think that the public or the audience understands clearly the definition of intellectual property that is governed by the Paris Convention and also by the copyrights and neighbor rights. So today we're going to focus on intellectual property. So the patent is an instrument that encourages and allows the promotion of innovation because it's a mechanism that on the one hand rewards the innovator and creator, and on the other hand allows the divulgation or dissemination of technological knowledge, which is considered as an encouragement for science and technology. So, as I said before, it's based on knowledge economy. So we have to seize the opportunities that are presented to us to be in an environment which is extremely competitive, that is quick and rapid, and to seize those opportunities that are presented to us. The management of new concepts and new ideas is extremely important. So the patent is a means to proceed or to well manage those new concepts and new ideas. So the patent is at the heart of technological development, and when we speak about technology innovation, we speak about technology transfer. So I'm not going to delve into the patent because I assume that the audience knows exactly what is the definition of a patent. So the rights that are allotted to a patent reflect the property of the person or the persons that created or innovated that idea or concept, and nobody has the right to develop or exploit that idea without the consent of those creators. So none could use it or exploit it without the consent of the owner of the patent. So the owner has the right actually to cede the patent or to sell it to a third party to allow them actually to use that patent. It could be transmitted by a successive way or by inheritance actually to the heirs. So I'm going to speak now about the conditions of this session. I said that the patent is a means of technology transfer. it's so scientific discovery that is transferred by the owner to a third person. So there is an act of concession or cession to another body, to another private or public company or institution which is attached to that technology. So the rights of intellectual property constitutes the basis of the transfer of technology. So the technology should be protected to be able, so we could have a patent and to be exploited in an efficient way so that it could bring a benefit or profit to the innovator or creator. So the patent should have success on the market. Otherwise, it could be of no profit for that who created it or invented it. It could not generate any profit sometimes. Therefore, we could commercialize the idea and it could be successful on the market. We could sell it. We could secede it under a franchise. And this is why I said that sometimes it's not really successful because it's not commercialized on the market. So here, the people who made the innovation or creation could have a return on investment in some way, because the commercial success depends on a series of factors which are far from the technical quality of the product itself. So can we sell a patent? Yes, of course we can. So we could transfer this patent from its owner to another institution, physical or moral institutions, in a definitive way. This cession could be mentioned in the contract of cession. For example, a patent could have many applications, and the owner could, in the contract, mention that some applications are removed from the contract, which means that the owner could sell only parts of the applications. Usually, the owner of the patent receives a one payment. It's a lump sum that is perceived once only, instead of receiving a gradual or an incremental amount of money over the lifetime of a patent, which, as you may know, is of 20 years. So each person has to assess the nature of their patent and choose whether to secede it or to exploit it, as I said earlier. So the person who secedes the patent could receive royalties over the lifetime of the patent, which is of 20 years, as I said. So the cessation of license or franchise means that the owner of the patent allows to a third party, based on a negotiated contract, to exploit that patent in a given territory and for a duration mentioned in the contract signed between the two parties. For the physical or moral companies, the advantage is to find a solution which is already available, which could be exploited directly without having to recourse to other means to invent or create this technology to develop its company. So here, so it spares the efforts and the resources allotted for the research and development.
Concession has been done for some people, for one or many people. This is a field that is more and more used, where many companies has been created today just to work for the private creation. So they do not focus on the production, but they focus on the acquisition of this certificate or brevet or working under license or base. So the holder of the brevet, so I call it the provider of the license, and the one who takes the license. Generally, both parts sign a license contract that mention conditions of this license or certificate, and the details. Certificate or the license could be interesting if the enterprises that create the brevet would not produce the product of the brevet, or produce it but not sufficiently according to the needs of the market. In order, generally we need an evaluation for commercial acts before holding this brevet. So we have where there are many ways where there is a method that is based on the income. So we see if this company could have it. We check 20 years of activities. With second methods is the cost, generally the most used. So we determine the value of the brevet by calculating the cost that represents the company, while the fabrication of the active analog. While the third one, according to the state of the market, is the value of similar active value, and other methods that combine different options. There is also some factors that are difficult to quantify. So negotiation will be the referee, and there is any method of the evaluation method, so cannot be applied differently from the others, so better than the other. So as I have mentioned, so it can be a flat rate or another fee or charge that can be agreed by an accord. So where we combine different options. So in one side, it's license fee or a flat rate or lump sum. So this should be agreed by both parts. So it can have also capital participation by the companies, by the license provider. There are three types of license. I think there is exclusivity license, where the holder of the license or the taker of the license can use it. So there is a unique license where the taker of the license and the holder of the brevet, both they can explore the technology, and there is a license that is non-exclusive, where different taker could use it all in the same time. Because also we can have the fourth one, a license accord that combines different methods I have mentioned. For sure, So every single party could evaluate the formula of this license and check if this method would be suitable and verify if they should take exclusive or non-exclusive license. And all that depends on the strategy of every single company and the nature of the technology. Concessions of the license could be in different methods. Different companies can be interested in the brevet that other firms have or hold, so they can have reciprocated license holding, or they can ask for the use of other license because they have this legal protection. So if the strategy, now the question is if the strategy of license is good. So here depends on the evaluation of the market. Sometimes we have an invention, but we do not have enough means and resources to analyze it and commercialize it. And sometimes we have a license, but we cannot have a free access or an access to the market. We have some companies that cover a market where the original brevet holder have some access problem. Here become an advantage for the brevet seeker to use and to have this license.
Est-ce qu'il faut céder un brevet? Pardon. Est-ce qu'il faut céder un brevet ou le...
Should we see the brevet or a license concession? Here I will be removing. So it's a question that. So I will try to explain different options. So and different advantages of this of the patent and the license, both for the giver and the holder and the user, especially when they don't have enough resources to explore it. And we have another one who could have the possibility to use the technology that is available, the contract of the license, the negotiations. We should know the other party. We could know the technology to have as much as possible information about the technology. The contract of the license that is very similar, but sometimes we have the intellectual rights contract. Since I'm running behind schedule, I would like to conclude by some tools where the international organization for intellectual property have developed that are very useful for the patent and technology transfer, as well as for cession and concession and the selling of the patent. And thank you very much. We renew our thanks to the Minister of Higher Education and the Minister of Economy and Knowledge that helped us to invite the participants, especially for the startups and SMEs. And I would like to apologize on behalf of Mr. Mohammed Salek. I think we will have many questions about his presentation, but since he should receive the representative of United Nations at the airport, but I think Mr. Ben Mahdi will answer your question instead of him about a question about the patents. And I would like to invite you for a coffee break for 10 minutes to 15 minutes. Thank you.
إذا نستأنف إشغال هذه الندوة.
Here we come back to our workshop, our conference. I would like to remind you about the program. So this morning we still have four presentations. The first one by Professor Nordin Wadah, the head of startups, and then the minister in charge of startups, and the presentation of Mr. Sidali Zarrouqi, head general director of Head Inventor and vice president of the International Committee of Startups. And then there is a presentation of Mr. Belmahdi, who we thank, the general director of INAP, the National Institute of Intellectual Property, and then Madam Najwa, and the General Director of ANVRIDAT, the National Agency of Valorization of the Research Results. And we would like to invite you to join us here, Mr. Wadah, Mr. Zarrouqi. It's a panel, and Mr. Belmahdi, and we immediately give the floor to the Professor Wadah. I hope you could respect the timeline, 20 minutes for each, in order to have enough time for Q&A. In the name of Allah the Merciful, Salaam Alaikum, peace be upon you. Very happy to المجلس الوطني and I would like to thank the Knesset for this initiative dedicated to the startups for the developed technology. I would like to give you an overview about the steps that the state took to organize the ecosystem. And then there is, as you know, there is a dedicated ministry. So I try to tell you about the main steps, what we did, and what we did, and we will do to have a better step. So as you know, there is an assigned ministry at the Prime Minister. So let's start with what startup is. So everybody talks about startups, but the problem here, and we thank God, since September 2020 so far, the Algerian simple and accurate way to define what startup is. So the first thing, we worked on the legal framework that helped us understand the ecosystem and who does what. As we said, we started from a legal framework in the Algerian law, the Act 20-254, so defines clearly, accurately. So we have six criteria, but the most important are two: innovation. It's particular where a lot of people think that this is a French word, invention, but innovation linked to business. So new idea with business opportunity. So we are talking about something that is linked to the market, selling things, business. So it's new technology, but we go to the market, to the customer, to the corporate. So innovation, it is a little bit difficult to understand as a notion and to define it. But if we make it easier, it is new. Every new thing that is related to the market and can be easily or fastly developed and grew with high growth, high-speed growth. So in Algeria, to know what a startup is, it's a company that innovates and has a great fast ability to grow. So otherwise, it is classical business. This is definition. As I told you, there are 6 criteria, but these 2 are most important. Between brackets, when we say startup, we do not mean that the leaders are young, but it's the firm or it's the company that is young, that is new. So in Algeria, as you know, we have 80% of youth. So everybody can launch startup, a researcher, professor. So as I said, the age of the company is young, the number of the employees, the capital, but the most important, innovation and scalability. So this is defined, but in the law it goes deeper. But as you know, there are a lot of innovation, but not only in the corporates, in the R&D centers, in scientific clubs, in companies, but not necessarily in a framework of corporate, what we call an innovation project. So every person that would like to innovate in Algeria, they have a prototype, either a teacher in its laboratory, any person. So before they start, they create their startup. We give them a label that it is an innovating project. It's a way we encourage innovation before creating the company. Let's be honest, in Algeria it's difficult to create the company. So even if they didn't start, they can submit and to have the label of an innovating project. So this is administration way. So we did this to encourage them and to include them in our database. We cannot talk about startup innovation without talking about incubators who encourage this work. So the third label is incubator who encourage them. So here we need structure. Universities, R&Ds, they do work, but not sufficient. I give you an example. Some small European cities, incubators have 10, 20, 30 incubators by city. I know that we need R&D centers and universities, but we need in every wilaya hundreds of incubators. So these labels, we give them, we define what an incubator is to encourage them, because we need thousands of incubators, specialized incubators. So every company should have their incubators. Sonatrach, Sonelgaz, private sectors. So they incubate the every single activities that is linked to their activities. So these are the 3 pillars. How to get this? It's very, very simple. No documents should be provided. No movements from home. In our website, in less than 2 weeks, we can have an answer.
Innovation ou la vous laisse pas. Donc c'est une procédure.
We can. So it is a digitalized process, 100%, without movement, without any without any cost, just online. So we need to print it only easily after 2 weeks. As I said, 100% digitalized. It's excellent. It is working in a very good way. So it's been 1.5 years that we started. It was difficult in the beginning, but we arrived in a very stable way. We did everything online. This is the legal side. Now we talk about financing. This is very important. Innovation cannot be financed by debt. So we cannot ask the bank to finance, because the bank does not take the risk with you, and so generally speaking, the traditional way of financing are not suitable. This is what we thought. We said that financing should be specialized. So we create equity-based fund. It is a fund. So innovation should not be social. So this is the best way EBF to innovate. We innovative project. So it's working well now. In order to submit a request for this fund, you need a label. So the director of the fund is with us. So this fund has a digital way to deal with the request. The director, they are with us in Boulevard Mohammed Al Khamis. So you are welcome. So this is a very important way to fund. The Finance Law 2020 has mentioned the incentive for startups. We also added another incentive in 2020, and we'll add others in 2022. So we have learned that a regulation that do not grow in years, that means that the staff is not appropriate to it. So just after having the label, so even if it is before the end of the second year, we will have a label, and we provide more information about it. We have incentives, the legal framework as financing, and another thing. I give you an example. The legal forms, the existing legal forms, it's not the LTDs, the EARL, or they are not very flexible for startups. All the mechanisms that exist that are specialized for startups are very difficult with the current system. This is why we are working to strengthen the legal framework. We suggest a new formula that is sparse. It is a firm with shares, but with more flexibility. This text is submitted for approval. And inshallah, with God's willing, before the end of the year, we will have new laws that will improve the ecosystem. I talked about legal framework, financing, ISF, the Algerian Startup Fund, as I told you, that is specialized for funding that. It has two. So the first time in Algeria, we have a fund that is equity based. Many startups work with it, and I find it bad. So it has been initiated by the 6 public banks. We thank them. We launched them to finance startups. On one hand, another hand, we say it's feasible. So we can have industrial groups can have their proper fund. So this is the idea. Since as we need hundreds of incubators, we can have also more funds to make things faster. There is also another very important aspect, and the Minister also mentioned.
مؤسسات يمولوهم ولكن الستارت لازمهم دي مارشي.
Startups, they need also markets. They need also international connection. We made the Algeria Venture Accelerate, so where the connection with ecosystem, local ecosystem, corporate, and the international ecosystem. I won't talk more about that. There is my colleague Sidali Zarroqi who will take some minutes after me to give you an overview about it. Thank you very much and salam alaikum.
شكرا.
Thank you, Mr. Nordin. Thank you to describe what has been done in order to build the ecosystem of startups in Algeria. And I think the attendees will have some questions, especially about the number of startups in Algeria, about figures, especially in the advanced technologies. It's a way to encourage people to create other startups in this field of technologies. Now I give the floor to Mr. Zarroqi to carry on with the same topic, and we have think that we can carry on with presentation. Then we open the floor for Q&A. Thank you.
Peace be upon you. Thank you very much, Dr. Debbie. My brother, Dr. Nordin Wadah, gave you an overview on the pathway that was taken by our ministry delegate. So today I'm going to get you acquainted by the accelerator Algeria Venture. It's a step that was undertaken by our ministry based on the definition of the label or the startups, the legal framework as well. So we have the Algeria Startup Fund, and the program is not going to stop at this level because it needs to support and accompany the startups through the incubators and accelerators. They are private companies, but our ministry created this accelerator called Algeria Venture that will support the Algerian startups and accompany them in their work, and serves as a link between the startups and the SMEs or industrial companies as well, to allow them commercialize or market their products, be they products, physical products or services. Algeria Venture, as I said before, is an accelerator located in Dunia Park in Del Ibrahim in the suburbs of Algiers. You can visit it at any moment. You're most welcome to do that. So there is a program which is open innovation, and I'm going to delve into it in a few seconds. And as I always say, I've been saying for years now, so Algeria is not the capital. Algeria is made up of 55 provinces, which means that our program, as part of our program, we signed a contract in Oran, and we opened an office in Oran in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Western regions. So we have also an event in Constantine in the 15th of October. So we will give the chance to entrepreneurs and startups in the east of Algeria to come and show their capabilities. And in the same context, we will inaugurate the accelerator of the startups in the east of the country, and we will do the same through public accelerators or private accelerators to be able to have accelerators and incubators in all the provinces of the country, and this will contribute directly to reinforcing the ecosystem of entrepreneurs and startups. I'm going to go back and give an overview to the portal startup.dz. So today we have 2 million visitors that approached the site, and and get information about the innovator status. So there are some people who access the portal to have data, and some others try to get the label. So we have 30,000 attempts to ask for the label because we have filters. And for transparency, this platform is going to screen or filter of the visitors, so the compliance will access and the non-compliance will not access. So up to date, we have 30,000 requests that were accepted or approved. Out of the 30,000, we have over 700 labels over the last week that was awarded to startups and entrepreneurs and incubators. As I said, the first milestone is a labelization. We will have a label, startup, innovator, or entrepreneur, so to be approved or recognized as an entity, or such as incubators, innovator, or startup. So they have to go through the label, so they have to take the label as a paperwork to show it to administration or others. So they could approach to Algeria Startup Fund to get an investment. So I repeat again, it's an investment fund. It's not a loan, because there is a risk in capital, and so they have to be convincing. So they have to convince the funding company so that they will engage with him in his project. So the project should be attractive so that the company accepts to get involved in this project, and it has to be efficient as well. So in the pipeline or the accelerator, we will contribute with the Algerian startup funds to support the startup in the acceleration project. So it could last for 6 to 9 months, and we will accompany the startups to be successful and to market or commercialize their product or its products inside and outside the country. So a startup that is limited to only one region of the country is bound to failure, because it's just confining itself in a bowl, and it's not getting out of it. Because in our mission statement so the vision is really important. So the startup has to have a mission and ambition. So for example, they said that they will they will aspire to compete with Zoom, with Google, and other worldwide companies. So we will support them with a connection locally in Algeria or in the continent, at the continental level in Africa or worldwide. Algeria Venture. So an overview. So the support program could last up to 12 months. So it has 32 meeting rooms, think tanks, 75 seats in a meeting room, ongoing certification for data center, and a fab lab. Because today, when we say incubator, accelerator, or fab lab, so it's not a mixture of those three, but to be able to say that we have a fab lab or incubator, it has to be open and inclusive to everyone. So for all the categories of companies that would like to come to make a prototype work. So we have in our universities a fab lab, but it's limited to students only. So it's considered a lab only. So we prefer to have a fab lab, because there is a set of procedures that we have to comply with, but everybody has to be ready or able to access that. So they can, on a smartphone, for example, they can make a search and they identify the nearest fab lab to their location. So we have to get the concept of the Fab Lab, which is open and inclusive. So everyone who has an idea or who holds an idea, so has the right to come and to give it a concrete form and try to implement it. And there will be people that will help you do so. So why startups need acceleration or incubation? Startups or entrepreneurs could have an idea. So this idea is a great idea, but he cannot commercialize it, or it's ahead of time, or even if it's timely, so he doesn't know actually to make a brand in, he does not know how to commercialize it. So the incubators, they can coach him, they can mentor him, and lead him to commercialize in a better way their products. So we're going to see this in a moment. So in 1930, so the first parking elevator set up in Chicago. So not many people knew about that, with all the respect that I have for people here. So that was an innovation, but it was ahead of time. Because at that time, so the roads were empty, the circulation was really fluid, and there wasn't traffic jam. But today, when we see Japan and even in Algiers, the capital, in 1st of May street, it's a mandatory thing because we cannot build parkings anymore. We cannot park our cars in any place. So the idea that germed or emanated in 1930, so now it's needed more than ever, and the marketing of that idea would make a boom. So another example, or second example, so I cannot see the other picture. So a scooter, I think, or overboard in 1917. So people say that there was a startup that was created in 7 or 6 years. So our children are playing with the hoverboard a couple of years ago, but in 1917 was used in the United States. So, but after a short period, they deemed that it wasn't really needed. So it was anticipated or ahead of time. This is why innovation, as Dr. Nordin said earlier, so innovation should be at the right time for the market, because we could have a product that is outstanding, but the consumer doesn't need it. So even if you commercialize it and market it, it doesn't work. So overglass is not needed now, so we cannot commercialize it to people. But in a couple or in 20 or 30 years, probably it would become necessary for people. So we have an incubator in Oran, which is up and running. We have a program in Ghardayat, Lemsan, Warglan, Sétif, and so on and so forth, until we could have a representation in every province of the country. So I didn't mention all the incubators and accelerators because we have more than 45 ones, but to date are working silently. So they received several startups and they contributed to reviving the economy, the knowledge economy in particular, through the development of startups. For example, ESI, IncubMe, Silas Branco, the Msila University incubator in the west of the country, Westinov, AX, and so on. Because when we say that there is, Steve Jobs said, when we say in a company that there is innovation, we will take adventure or take a chance. So they would say, no, I keep my money in my pocket and I work as usual. There is no innovation, we're locked. And this is a risk. So to be able to provide something and to advance and to progress, you have to take a measured risk and to assess the critical paths to be able to decide on the risks to be taken. So that to decide whether we move forward or we stop. Open innovation could be considered as a public-private partnership alternative, because today national or public companies would like to promote a project or solve a problem that it experiences on a day-to-day basis, cannot go straight ahead to the private sector. But the incubator accelerator combination would help it solve two problems at the same time, because R&D is a budget consumer. There are some companies that spend a tenth or a 15th of its budget on research and development. So they will be, they will lose money. So the outcome, whether it's worth it or not. So this is why many companies recourse or resort to open innovation, not to say subcontracting, because open innovation are linked, or is linked actually with startups and micro enterprises. And to be successful, it goes through incubators and accelerators. Here we are going to take a risk, and it's a studied risk or measured risk. I have my phone here. So who can tell me which company that spends from $7 to $9 billion to R&D, for R&D? Huawei spends around $30 billion, and Samsung $12 billion. So this company spends billions of dollars every year to develop its product. It's not Alibaba. So the telephone will remain with me. This company is very well known. Everybody knows it and everybody heard of it before. So this company spent billions of dollars. At a certain moment, it wondered why spend so much money. So why not recourse to open innovation? It's not Apple, because Apple learned the lesson, because it said that IBM spent hundreds times more money on research and development, but Apple took the right people to develop open innovation. So this is the company. It's Pfizer. So many people took the Pfizer vaccine, or think of taking the Pfizer vaccine. So Pfizer redirected a small amount of its budget to a startup, which is BioNTech, that is in charge of developing innovation, and they started actually trying to find a solution to COVID-19 vaccine. So they signed a partnership with BioNTech, and it cost 10 times less money than the money that Pfizer should have paid actually in R&D. So, and also it spared a lot of time. So BioNTech had the resources, everything was structured, and so the amount of money wasn't relieved, but it was some $100,000 US. So for Pfizer, it's an insignificant amount of money, but BioNTech was generating profit. So 1.2 billion doses commercialized at the end of 2020. And in 2021, we speak about the same amount, the same quantity of doses. So open innovation would be, or is, a win-win situation for both startups and companies. especially for the companies that work for the ICT and agriculture. So they could contract or subcontract incubators and accelerators, and here they will sell the problem, not to say subcontracted, but they will sell it to startups, and they have a reliable source. But if it doesn't work with one startup, it would probably work with the second or the third. So they're thinking out of the box. They're trying to find a new solution. So people who have another vision that could be beneficial for the company. So development for Algeria Venture. Today we have wide cooperation agreements with WBF, so the forum, which is an international institution affiliated to the G20 for the global inclusion. Partnership with Sonatrach and other accelerator around the world. Kickstart Venture in Italy and others, and we try to develop a network of funds, as Dr. Nordin said earlier. Ideally, it's not the state that invests in startups. So this is a trigger. It would be ideal that the money, the dormant money in some businesses or businessmen could serve as a fund for those startups, because there are some businessmen that have huge amounts of money that are not used. So they buy things and sell them and generate money, but they don't take any risk for the encouragement of startups. So this is the spirit that we would like to create in them. And here they would boost the economy, and they will invest their money and support other structures and institutions to create wealth in the country. So we try we would try to build not only Algeria but Africa. Since we are on the African continent, we try to build Africa together. So I am sorry if I took longer than scheduled, and I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Zarouki. As a matter of fact, so the strategy, which is linked to the trend of subcontracting several activities, before the companies were reluctant actually to subcontract the research and development activities, but now they are aware of the necessity to do so, and they have the startups that could do that for them. And this is an opportunity for the Algerian startups as well. So this is the general idea. And in this framework, within the CNAS, we have pointed out this important point, and also the efforts of the ministerial departments, including the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, that encourages the project holders to create and also to have patents that are recorded. And I think that these efforts are supporting the creation of startups and micro enterprises. And the researchers are interested in setting up and building startups, and the legal framework is likely to solve so many of these problems. And without any further ado, I give the floor to Mr. Mahdi Abdel Hafid to proceed with his presentation. Thank you very much.
My presentation is about to give you an idea about the Bureau of Technology Transfer as an experience in Algeria. But I think after the presentation of my colleagues today, I will try to modify my presentation. I will talk about the Bureau of, it's the a project of creating technology transfer in Algeria, but all the program of the National Institutes of Industrial Property. So there is a whole program to encourage innovation and the economy at the national level. When we talk about technology transfer or the innovation in general, we all the time come back about the SDGs, and mainly the first first objective about economy based on sustainable industrialization and innovation, and then another point in SDGs, where all the policies of state, especially the developing countries, in which Algeria take part. The United Nations program is based on the 17 SDGs, and where we started to talk about the innovation of the intellectual property in general and all the elements we know today. The NIP that has been created in 1963, it was the National Office of the Intellectual Property, new and evolution by the time. I would like to make things clearer that the missions of the Institute are well defined. We talk about industrial property, innovation, and between brackets, when we talk about the intellectual property, we talk about two main sides. It's the rights of the author and the industrial property that is linked to, of course, industry. When we talk about innovation, as Mr. Wadah said, innovation is to put in the market a new idea. Whatever the idea is, they will explore it, they will use it, they will put it in the market. It becomes an innovation. When we talk about the label, it's an innovation. We talk about marketing, organization in a company. We talk about a patent of innovation. We talk about model, design. All that are ideas explored and put in the market. So here when we talk about innovative firm, innovative product, so the innovation is any idea that has been explored by a company or a person. And here comes the interest of the industrial or intellectual property in general, because we are going to the market, we are going to commercialize any project. Sure, if a project of Bureau of Transfer of Technology in Algeria, I will give you a background. It's a project initiated by the International Organization of Intellectual Property to the developing countries, creating this bureau. Started since 2009 for 5 Arab countries, including Algeria, Jordan, Tunisia, Egypt, and I think Morocco as well. In these 5 countries was the project to install a pilot or steering or pilot bureau in every country. We're aiming to create a network, a regional network, to help the project holders to exchange their experience and realize their ideas. In Algeria started in 2011. You are going to ask me, where have you been since 2011? Why you haven't achieved it? Let me tell you, for the simple reason, when we talk about transfer and technology, we talk about conditions, we talk about in the environment to make this technology transfer successful. The second point, when we talk about technology transfer, we talk about the definition has completely changed. Beforehand was linked to the investment, foreign investment companies, bigger companies that come with their technology experience, and the local companies and the SMEs try to learn and to acquire this technology from them. So let's avoid the definitions of technology transfer, but here in our Ministry of Industry, our strategy to have an innovation-based economy. We have defined two definitions. The first one, technology transfer, is diffusing. The second one is diffusing or broadcasting the technology. So the first one, there is a company that will buy or cooperate with someone to have some technicity or to use this technicity, and here we can know it through the buy-in, by license concession, or providing a patent or any industrial model or any other technique. But so far, what we have noticed, it's not interesting for all countries on the world. When we talk about open the innovation. The speaker before me has already explained that. So in the NRP, we are based on the diffusing the technology or the information linked to technology. We have many questions have been asked. The first one, how to diffuse, how to broadcast this information, how are you going to do so? Who will be the beneficiaries? When? And at what extent, at what level? So this question encourage us to find solution at the national level. So we adopt a solution is to create a center to support technology and innovation. I will let you know about it later. When we talk about technology transfer, there are three ways, if I can say so. First one is financing the research. Generally, we have a company. We have seen it with Pfizer and other bigger companies. So instead of the R&D, they will finance some project of research, either at universities, the R&D centers at universities, and as soon as they have a technical solution, so the property will be held by the company that finance this research. The second type of transfer is what we find today at universities, is creating the companies or the firms where the university R&Ds that help, or even incubators, or help the project holders to create their own firm. So the project holders become the owner of this patent. So when we arrive to the open innovation, where there is the aspect of partnership to encourage to work with each other, and every single part come up with their contribution. Researcher, the project holder, they have an idea, a solution, or there is a company or a partner in general. They will come up with a financing contribution. At this level, I always come back to the principle or the method, famous one, TRL, technology right lines level. So it's the level of technological maturity. So as a project holder, I would advise you at the first, second, and third level, you have to protect your idea. You should protect it with a patent, with a label, or with an industrial model, or with a title of artistic and literary right. For the simple reason, at this level, you will start to look for partner. You will talk about your idea. So outside here, there is a risk that your idea, your project, will be free from all forms of exploitation. When we talk about open innovation, we generally talk about the protection. So the title of industrial property becomes very important and essential for every project. At INAPI, we started in 2011 to install at the national level some CATI, we call them. So they are support center for innovation and technology at companies, at universities. Today we have national network composed of 92 centers to provide support, training, information for project holders, for companies, for those who ask for technical information regarding the patent and non-patent. So this network cover all the wilayas in Algeria. So in the region, in Central region, we have 34, West 36, East 23 center, and the South with 12 centers of the support of innovation and technology. In every center, there is a lot of animation. We accompany and we provide assistance to the project holders, and we have very important activities at national level. In this point, the CATI receive everyday researchers and students and project holders. So we provide some or guidelines or orientation, sorry, on what type they could use, or we tell them how to draft the request. We let them know if this technique is new. So there are some officers of INAPI will accompany the researchers and project holders to better master their fields, and the project holder can start or get in touch with the world through a platform. This is the most efficient mean that we use since 2014. It's a platform or space where we exchange information and in which we can exchange information flow at the international level. We can get in touch with all members at the national level and to have all the documentation that your research work is interested in. So in CATI, we work in a close collaboration with all organizations and institutes, except those who do not want to collaborate with us. But today, in this more than publication with 400 awareness and outreach days, we have some of us. They took some training online or physical training. So they are training. So everybody could use this training. We also provided more than nearly 2,000 information. So we provide the technical information for those for the seeker of in different fields. Sure, the work of CATI started to have some fruits because we register increase in request of patent, and that is the first time we have 200 in national level so far in this year. It is first time we start to arrive to this figure, thanks to the awareness and thanks to the work that has been done by General Directorate of Scientific Research, and to encourage the students to submit a patent. And I would like to mention that MSILA is the first one. Only MSILA submitted 20 requests. This is very important. I would like to say that 49% of those requests of patent requests is coming from universities. This is the first time. More than 57 requests. These statistics are statistics of the last year, June.
Alors, je voulais juste présenter ces...
I would like just to let you know about those statistics, to show you the statistics, to let you know about that in Algeria have the appropriate environment to encourage innovation and to explore all the ideas and the innovating project at the national level. So either the Ministry of Startups or the organization, either the National Agency to developing the SMEs, LANAC, all participate in take care or of those innovating projects to go to a favorite to provide an ecosystem to encourage innovation and a real technology transfer. Here we come to the end of my presentation. I wanted to give you an overview about the current situation, and I remain ready to answer your questions, and thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Belmehdi, Professor Belmehdi. I think that universities, R&D centers, and even vocational training centers, I would like to remind you about vocational training centers is a real base for very good ideas. Vocational training also gave us very good innovation, and that we saw in the innovation salon, as mentioned by Mr. the President of the Republic. The Algerian young is here, the Algerian idea is here, but we have to double effort to make the Algerian product to companies, to production. So the efforts given by Kati are very interesting, and every state has its own strategy to support startups and the industry 4.0, where states relied on the network of R&D centers, other states relied on companies, and other countries relied on the economic intelligence, technology transfer, and strategic work. We are not copying paste. We cannot say that it is plagiarism, but they could build a real industry. So this work was successful in different countries and in different sectors. For example, India, Brazil, where the pharma industry was based on this technique, and I hope that in Algeria we could follow this way, especially in the very developed technology. We should not rely only on the Algerian intelligence. It exists, but also we can copy, or not copy, but transfer the technology. Now I give the floor to Madame Demouche Najwa, the head of the National Agency of Evaluating the Result of Research.
Good morning, everyone. I introduce myself, I'm Madame Demouche Najwa. So, the National Agency for Valorization and the Results of Technological Development, which is affiliated to the Ministry of Higher Education. So, today, my presentation consists of giving you an overview of what we have done so far and what are the actions that we have undertaken to reach such a result. And at the end, I will invite one of the project holders to join me and to make a little presentation of 5 minutes regarding that. It's Mr. Haj Tayyib, who is present here with us. So I'm going to start off by talking about university incubators. So we have 8 university incubators that are operational. Which have already started. One in Sila, Galma, Blida, Annaba, Wargla, Lued, Constantine, Boumrdas, and 36 which have already got the approval of the Ministry of Higher Education. So this is an overview that I wanted to give you for the university incubators. Now I would like to talk to you on the organization of these incubators. I'd like to talk about the ESHRA manager to give us a space for the creation of incubator here. So I wanted to talk to you about these operational university incubators, how they are organized, how they are managed, and how can we take advantage of these spaces, and how to benefit from a training that is launched. So the trainings are done for free for all the students so that they could benefit from the experience of how creating a startup, because many people think that we could do a technology transfer by watching a video or by reading articles. So it's a true training that touches to the innovation. So we do a mentoring and also a coaching about innovation. We have many experiences. So many people that came to us to launch their startups, but they stop in the middle of the process and look for another job because they don't have an entrepreneurship spirit. So I go back to these incubators. I reiterate that they are university startups. Oh, incubators, sorry. So we ask the universities to make available for us. It's the university incubator, but that is made available for us. So we have an administrative aspect managed by the university, and we have a support and funding aspect which is managed by l'Untitled. So a university incubator has a definition in the law of research. So it's a service that includes a lot of institutions and persons that intervene or get involved in this process. We have university, l'Untitled, and socioeconomic partner. Why? Because we started from the idea that all project holders and incubators are going, or startups will be funded by the National Fund for Research. And there are some aspects that cannot be taken into consideration. So it's the socio-economic partner that takes that into charge. One, how these incubators could bring solutions, innovative solutions to these problems that are facing the local enterprises. And then we have a national aspect, because sometimes the enterprises are almost everywhere, and this could bring a solution to that. The objective of a university incubator is to offer a research environment or ecosystem for industrial type. So to make available research environment in a building that is devoted to research, and offer incubation conditions for that. So we come to this management of incubators. How can we manage an incubators? First of all, there is a manager of the incubator, is a common service manager. He will have to prepare the provisional statements, to look for market niches, And the second one, so at the level of the incubators, we have an administrative aspect. So there will be somebody who will manage human resources, physical aspect, and there will be someone who manages the block in itself. And we have the second part, which is the support of the innovative idea. We have coaches, mentors, and experts, company managers that would come to support, explain, and help the ideas so that they could reach the creation or setting up of the enterprise. As all other institutions, there is an evaluation body under the form of a council, which is made up of the manager of the incubator, the representative of the socioeconomic partner, and also the experts who have skills and competencies and who have relation with the incubation service. How is the process of incubation made? How can I follow it at the level of the incubator itself? So the first criterion so that we could select a person is the human profile. If somebody is deprived from an entrepreneurship spirit, so there is no need to support them. So there are some people that come, they start working, and they stop in the middle of the process. So we have to identify whether those people are ready to go to the end of their projects. So because we have the property, intellectual property aspect, and we have the financial aspect and other aspects. So I don't think that it's necessary to go back to that because it was explained by my colleagues previously. So here we have the target. If there is no target on the market, if there is no commercial value of the, or regarding the idea that you are proposing, so there is no need to go along with the process. So it will start with identification of the project. Generally, we'll launch challenges, and based on these challenges, we identify the projects. We welcome the students, we orient them, we guide them. There is a registration sheet, and there will be a pre-selection. So based on the selections that I mentioned earlier, if they are present, so we could continue. Otherwise, they are not compliant. We move on to the evaluation afterwards. So it's a process of 3 days, and during the 3 days, we try to frame the idea proposed by the project holder, and then they would go before an evaluation committee. So A, the idea is rejected, or B, it is approved and accepted. So I go back to another point which is even more important, is the process of incubation. So we have the pre-incubation aspect. Generally, it lasts 2 months. We speak about intellectual property, the Canva, and also the project type. So we need a business model, so the idea, we have the coaching, we have the management, and the financing. With regard to the incubation, so it depends on the idea, so it goes beyond. So we do technological development, we marketing and management, we research, we search for resources and funders. We wait for prototypes, approvals, and the strategy of the startup, and the file for creation and development. We need technical people, we need trainers and various coaches and mentors. So the post-incubation, it doesn't take a long time, so an average of 2 months. It's a process of the startup creation. So the raising of funds, and we need coaches based on the idea of the project. Once the person is selected to start, so we need the basics. This training is offered to everyone for free, and not exclusively to students. If there are people that would like to come and join our incubators, that will benefit from this training. So I will go back to that later on to give more information and details on this training. So the training lasts 18 days, and it will be crowned by a certificate that is delivered by the center. So we speak about the type of innovation, we will speak about marketing, we will speak about everything related to project management, and we will train you on the way of communicating. How are you give value to your work and give value to yourselves? So there will be a small part devoted to negotiation. When you talk to a partner, socioeconomic partner or another economic partner, how can you speak to them in an efficient way, and how to avoid disclosing the maximum of information regarding this project, and how could you make or bring value to your project. So I will go back to this point to give you more details about that. The paraseismic center, which is doing this training in our incubator, and there are people who are following the training via Zoom. And with regard to the institution that would like to open a university institution, so I emphasize on this word because the procedure is completely different for an incubator, a company incubator. When you present yourself for the first time, we will ask you why you want to set up such a project. And once you set it up, we will ask you how could you set this project up. So this is about the creation of a university incubator. So I would like to go back later to talk. So could you please show the second slide? We have a budget dependent from the General Directorate of Budget that is devoted to training for free all the students and the project holders. So we do it so that they could have this willingness and curiosity to understand what is the necessary information that they would have to create their own startups. So we will see what is the context of this training. So we have launched 2 other trainings. One is about the TRL scale and the trees method. So the trees method is not very developed in Algeria. And the third training is ability. So how can we be capable of doing a project? I have it on my screen, please. I don't have it actually on my screen. So pending. So now I'm going to give you the statistics. How many people we have trained, and how many startups were created. I'm speaking about the last 2 years, how many patents we have recorded, and how the Ministry of Higher Education has issued of labels. So I'm going to give you figures in a general way about that. This training in innovation was launched in 2019, in January 2019, and we have worked very well until the advent of COVID-19. And on account of the COVID-19, we tried to launch it via Zoom, but we prefer that it was held actually in person. So everybody speaks about innovation. Everybody's concerned with innovation. It's very good to innovate. So all the ministerial departments are involved with innovation. They want that their departments do innovation. It's an outstanding idea. But what is difficult is to transform this idea into a real business. And here rests the whole work to be done. So an epic company created in 1998. So it gives you an idea to how to manage startups. So epic means financial autonomy and legal autonomy. So we are in charge of identifying the results of the research, develop cooperation with the socioeconomic world, support for the innovation of ideas, creative ideas, and the valorization, and also the organization of technology monitoring and the setting up of technology network. So I go back to this training. It's a training on innovation, so it touched on several aspects: project management, ICT, intellectual property, and so on. So we will train you to better innovate. So you will have the basics for innovation. It lasts for 18 days, so it's an equivalent of 180 days. It has 108 hours. So business model Canva, the product, how to valorize the product, how to valorize technology transfers, how to do innovation, how to manage intellectual property for co-ownership, how to manage patent management. So if you want, for example, to sell your or to transfer your patent, so how can you negotiate a patent transfer contract? And you have intellectual property. I think that there is no need to go back to that. We have the project management. What are the methods to manage your project? How to manage your stress, your team, your time. And you have everything related to communication. How to negotiate, how to do transactional analysis, how to do neuro-linguistic, so because there are some people who think that they would come and speak and try to give value to their projects. And with regard to the pedagogy methodology, which is quite different, it's a pedagogical methodology which is different from the academic aspects that we are used to doing. It's based on two aspects. So we need a coaching or an individual mentoring, and we have another aspect which is the group. We have to learn how to work with a group, teamwork, because sometimes the project holder has a great idea, but when they start actually working with a group, so they become individualist. So either they don't know how to communicate or they don't know how to share information. This is why we focused on the pedagogy of supporting collective pedagogy, how to work in a team, and how to exchange with the participants. I am going to go back quickly and talk about something completely different. Can you please pull up the PowerPoint for me? So we spoke earlier about that, and with regard to the creation of startups. So how many startups created? So 7 startups. When I speak about startups, so they are operational. They have their headquarters. So it was based on the PASEM program, in partnership with France. One which participated to the challenge that we launched on March 8th with regard to women. So to be able to keep in touch during the COVID period, so we did it during the period of Ramadan. So we saw that many people worked on ICT because they thought that technology touched on those ICT. So we preferred to work on other aspects. We held sessions because I think that we should absolutely invest on kids and children. We don't need to wait until they reach the high school or to become adults. So adults actually. So we have to educate them since the early age. When they go to university, they have already their idea on innovation and project creating. And we have also sessions devoted to people with special needs. So 2 startups was created. So they didn't go through us, but we helped them, okay, the best we could, and they came up with a great results. So 520 people benefited from those trainees actually. 117 at the level of universities, and at the level of the challenge created by the university, so 25%, and we in our challenge 110 people. So there was also a consortium with renowned schools around the world. The AFEC training with the European Union, 30 participants and 15 project holders. And with the CIDP, we had several participants as well. So we have guidelines that are going to be made available for you. So all the intellectual properties since the idea and until the implementation of the company or the startups. So this will be made available for you on the website. A guideline for the project holders since the idea until the creation itself, how to implement the contract, how to get in contact or in touch, and how to do a pre-selection and selection. So you have all the information on the guideline. And there is another guideline of the organization and management of University Incubator. So all these information, you can find them on our website. So there was 15 patents that were submitted, and for license transfer that have been implemented up to now. So for university incubators that benefited from a label, and 10 startups that emanated from the university, from the incubator of the Ministry of Higher Education. We have also launched the classification of university incubators based on the indicator. So every time we do that, based on the research works, but we prefer this time to do it based on the innovation indexes. So the licenses, the patents submitted, the created startups, the degree of involvement of universities in this field. So I need 1 minute more. So I invite Dr. Haj Tayyib to speak about his project. He has 1 or 2 minutes to do that. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, madam. So I want to take 10 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes would be enough in order to have time for Q&A, and we will have more time for more questions and debate for the workshop of tomorrow. Assalamu alaikum, good morning. Mr. Hashtayeb and my son. We are two elements. We have been accompanied by Navidad to create our startup for an innovative project. According to we answer the expectation of the public policies, especially with the situation that Algeria lives. So since 1962, the Algerian economy, and so far, Algerian economy is based on oil and gas. So today, with the economic crisis that exists, it is a challenge that we should face through these startups. Our idea is very simple. It's a basic one. It is about a platform to manage the project management that value the national production so we will not care or not rely on the oil, but we'll work on based on man hours. Many developed countries rely on man hours. Our platform is based on database that transform the national potential.
Algérien.
The 2 million Algerian workers, who work 2,000 hours per year. We have 2 million workers in all sectors, including R&D and universities. If we multiply the 2 million by 2,000, we will get 4 billion hours. Algeria has a capacity with 4 billion hours in all sectors. What can Algeria do with that? This is our innovation. So this platform transforms these hours to production, products, or services. If, for example, we take a BTP sector that we know for a decade, if we talk about staff in public engineering, 100,000 productions, we will have a timing that we divide on the ratio of data bank in 1 kilo. We multiply them with 1 kilometer of way. We can understand how many kilometers can realize, how we can how much construction we can realize. So all economy of basic infrastructure. So we'll have the advantage. We'll have a lot of. We can see the advantage of this platform. So Algeria, since 2005, has invested more than $300 billion in infrastructure project. If they have worked in this way, so it could gain more than $30 billion. So the declaration of Mr. Finance, currently the Prime Minister, was alarming. 3 years ago, I have attended when he said Algeria has over cost of $40 billion on its project. Our platform could contribute to reduce this cost. So if you allow me, I will give you an overview about this platform or the prototype that we have developed with the participation and the sponsor called mubassir.com. In 1 minute. As well as you get access of this platform, we can find all the performance, all the hours that has the country, and you can see what is their usage. And so this database is addressed to the companies to valorize their work, to the activity sector, to the global productive global population of the country, so you can understand the profitability. I'm running out of schedule, and thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. We can have time during the workshops and the meeting that will be held between startups, researchers, and PhD students. And that is the objective of this seminar, is to ensure the meeting of these SMEs, and we invite them to get in touch with the public companies, public administration that will attend with us tomorrow, including Ministry of the Knowledge Economy, Algerian Venture, Laundromat, NAP. All those administration will be with us, and I would like to invite all the project holders, idea holders, and startup holders to get in touch with them during the discussion, and they will provide answers to their question. And also the meeting between the startups will enable them to exchange ideas and information experience. I would like also to hail that to mention that the representative of the banks will be joining us in the workshop of funding. Also the director of the fund of startup fund, you can ask him questions, the president of the banks, in the workshop of a company that accompany the workshop, Mr. Wadah and Zarruqi, Agent Inventor, and from Agent Inventor and Laundromat will be attending, as well as other incubators. When it comes to the legal framework, so there is a workshop about the intellectual property, Mr. Belmahdi, with a representative of INAPI, and also may have some lawyers to have a better idea about the use of the intellectual property. I will open the floor for Q&A. I hope that this question will be direct question, not comments, in order to take advantage, because we have to respect the time, because the Americans will be with us in the afternoon session, starting from 2 p.m. 1 or 2 questions for each. Thank you very much.
شكرا. بسم الله.
Thank you. Thank you very much for very rich information. I'm Mr. Sahrawi from the General Directorate of Higher Research and also member in class. My question is for Mr. Luwadah and Mr. Marzouk, and the second question for Madam Adamouche. When it comes to the startup, the government talked about making things easier and facilitation to have the industrial and industrial lands or properties or real estate. So they don't need only funding, but we need some land. So why not we could not have some facilities that are not used now, so we can give them to startups rather than we let them rent some facilities. This is first thought. Madame Demouche talked about under that. We can see that we have some text, and this text could not let us have better coordination. Even the Algerian economy is not complementary from ministry to other. So, for example, the helps from Laundromat, why not we can offer more helps to other ministries? We can see there is no coordination. Even if those agencies are under the scientific research and technology research, this agency is this body is a horizontal one, and everyone can take advantage of the facilitation they provide. We carry on with questions and we answer them later.
شكرا. السلام عليكم.
Thank you very much. Salam alaikum. I'm Ghalim Farid, Director of R&D in Ploxila, a subsidiary of الجزائرية. I have a question is to shake you. Startups is a mean of creating richness, and they are not an objective. You have said in your presentation, startups are accelerators to create research groups who invest. They start, and generally startups are working in a small costs, and startups should be absorbed by economic tissue. Very few startups could become huge companies as Google, Apple, and so on. Amazon, Tesla, and so on. There was running in a very difficult situation for 10 years, but they worked hard to be so to join the market. It's not easy also to do it by the government. So the general idea is to think in a way to create a richness for the ecosystem, for the society. I don't know if there is this reflection. What I'm afraid of is in the realities, and the schools cannot maintain the elites. Easy politic, we train them and they go abroad. So we train them for the other countries. A good indicator where Macron has decided to reduce visa, but he has already mentioned the first category, that the student will not be touched by this decision. So the majority can go to the exterior. So I see with these initiatives, instead of exporting brilliant students, we'll also export students with experience in startup, and then they go abroad. So let's think about a way to make them help the Algerian economy.
Bien. C'est Monsieur Hajani.
Mr. Siraj Hani, expert in system organization and vice president of Filaha with their incubator.
Il y a une question qui m'a un petit peu...
There is a question that attracts my attention about the labeling. So I think we cannot talk about the labeling, so far. The second one is about technology transfer. If we talk, let's rely on about the research and the outsourcing, or rather than I prefer to talk about them rather than about technology transfer that will not be done. Third one that I would like to invite them to think about is the complementarity between project holders and unifying them and to launch a company. That will be much more important other than a project porter in a micro enterprise will struggle alone. And this questions also this issue of funding for the eligibility either for incubators or project holders. Will it be efficient for the project holders or the startup vis-a-vis the bank that will manage their market project or their realization?
Bonjour tout le monde. Je voudrais vous remercier tous pour la clarté de votre exposé, pour la pertinence de ce que vous avez présenté depuis tout à l'heure. Alors c'est M. Brahim Dini.
I'm Mr. Brahim Dini, co-founder of Igni Startups about knowledge assessment. I have a question. It's a mixture of comment, question, and point of view. We have seen the instance of an entrepreneur or startup can use as idea, fundamental research, applied research, and valorization. I have been impressed to have Denver in Algeria and who take the researcher from the laboratory to the business. And there's also the question of intellectual property. And also the fundraise and arriving to the incubation. I've seen some milestones that are either there is either an overlapping between them or a gap between them. So to make this disposal known in the public authorities, we should provide that, make it open to everybody. Second point for startups is have to have access to the public. So we have Small Business Act. In it is that, for example, they provide 20% of the federal common dedicated for startups because the first mean to finance the research and financing the viability of startup is the public comment. We have seen SpaceX, what happens in Silicon Valley with if there is no intervention of federal public, so there is no viability that. My question: can we in Algeria? Can we make the access to the public command easier or public order? So this is my question. Or public procurement or public order, yes.
Salam alaikum, bonjour à tous. Fazil Bouayash, je suis de...
Salam alaikum, I'm Fazil Bouayash, I'm an incubator of Filaha Innov. I have spent 20 years in technology, especially in the American companies like HP, IBM, and so on. I can make a partnership, creating entrepreneurs, the support of incubators, all what has been described today. Even the 2 or 3 last years, I think they are all positive, but there are 2 points we don't listen people talk about, but we can understand in the steps of public sector is, or that's to say, creating an environment. I would like to mention 2 points that Madam, the head of the number that has mentioned very clearly. The first one is if in the current steps we are aware that we should rely on performance indicators or KPIs. We have to move very fast to the measure of the efficiency or efficacy of startups. This is why, in my opinion, we have to set objectives of the so to measure the business efficacy and to measure the turnover. We are not in a theoretical functioning. We're saying that we will make an ecosystem, but we have to move fast to we have to measure this component, so we have to be clear in 2021, in my opinion. I don't know if it is done in my opinion, but saying that, for example, starting from 2022, the Algerian state will create this an amount of billion of dollars in the Algerian market through startups. Second point, madam, if you allow me, I liked your presentation because you have highlighted a point that is very important, is the focus on about the quality of human resource, Algerian human resource, taking some international models in terms of ecosystem, creating the added value, so to get inspired from other models, but also we have to also acting in our Algerian logic. We are issued in an economy that is dominated by the public sector. We have also it's a family economy. In order to support the creation of SMEs and the startups, we should understand what should we do now is what should we explain to the Algerian, what is the adopted spirit, what are the steps should be followed. We have to explain to people what is their mindset, what their mindset is in matter of the Algerian market. So we can have some more Algerian models. Better than taking international American or European models. So it's have an Algerian model showing people how their success story. So if summarize, what are the objectives? What are the tools that are put in place to measure the efficacy and to know how many dollars are provided to measure them. And the second point, how are we going to see, how we're going to adopt the startups to let them know that we are not in Asia, Europe, or United States. And thank you. The last question, before the last question.
Merci. Donc, Monsieur Brahim Yazdin.
I'm Mr. Ibrahim Yazdin, Head of Studies at the Vocational Training Ministry. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have 2 points to mention. The General Director of the agency has mentioned a very important aspect about the training and the information, saying that so 18 days of induction training is very useful. So with some certificate for the participants, I hope that this program of training should be up to date. Will be updated, and also we should also make it as a requirement regarding the access to financement. So without this training, cannot have access. So the profile of the manager should have some competencies to start a project, to see the companies grow. Second one, so about funding, saying that that innovation is not should not be financed by the classical ways. You are saying so, but you do not develop more this point. When we read the official document of startups, we find a mention of capital risks. So we should have innovation also in how to finance the project. The last question, Mr. Kazim, but let's try to be fast.
Merci, ce sera deux petites questions très très brèves et directes.
Thank you very much. I'm Fatah Mzim, Director in charge of ecosystem in the Ministry of Digitalization and Statistics. The first question, do we have a rate of viability of startups or the scalability, especially in terms of 1 or 2 years of existence? And do we have a mechanism or a remediation program in case of failure? Is there any follow-up behind after beyond the creation of the fund? And my second question, all the time say the state cannot intervene in the funding the startups. Can it intervene in the sectorial orientation based on the realization? I can answer the first question.
On the viability, we will have presentations this afternoon and even tomorrow in the afternoon on the viability. So it's different from one country to another, from one sector to another, based on the competition and so on and so forth. But there are standards regarding sustainability of startups that speak about 30% of remaining startups. So, but there are some who reached 50%. I hope that the answers will be satisfactory. So we will start with the first question. Professor Sahrawi, thank you. So you were with us during the last orientations and guidelines, providing for the creation of 3 agencies, and we are involved fully in the creation of the industrial real estate creation, and we formulated suggestions that the startups would be involved in that. So today, I tell you that outside of Algiers, all the requests are supported by our ministry. We visited several wilayas, and we have a lot of unused real estate. And I call on all the startup managers and project holders, when they see a niche in their provinces, so they could contact us and we will help them to do this. So one of the most active incubators are here. So with regard to the ecosystem, so the ministry is considered as one of the elements of the ecosystem. So we are a stakeholder as all the others. We're not the managers of the ecosystem. We set up a series of 3 labels to be able to manage or to monitor who is doing what. You are under the radar, so we have to monitor your work. So the 3 labels is a starting point, and we're working on the second version of the process of labelization, where you could see that the patent holders will be encouraged so that they could contribute in the ecosystem. Cooperation, in my opinion, will be done naturally, and there is an aspect, very important aspects. We don't pretend to do incubation. We are supposed to provide the environment and the condition, and we encourage that the private sector does this. We are here to give the general framework or global framework. And with regard to the funds, which is very relevant, we understand that the Algerian ecosystem is being structured. We have the Algerian startup funds, which did the initial phase, and very quickly our startups will need more important funds. Today, these startups are turned towards foreign countries, and one of the KPI that we put in the government action plan is the raising of funds and also the percentage of the national GDP. So all the KPI is written black on white in the government action plan. So all the questions are really interested, but I will give the chance to my colleagues to answer some of those questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Nordin. So with regard the support of startups and projects and the experience of those startups, so it was mentioned by the director of TIATAI and Mr. Farid Lefkhair. I told that today we have to learn from the experiences of some and the failures of some others. So we have the ministerial department in charge of startups, which was created less than 2 years ago. We are progressing with great steps and leaps. We are pluridisciplinary and we touch on all sectors. We work in collaboration with all public and private institutions. I think that this is an advantage, and it's not in a bid to compete with any body or any person. We are inclusive and we are supporting ourselves mutually. So our approach is noble, is to develop startups ecosystem in Algeria, to connect to the other question. So the critical mass is not reached today if we compare Algeria to another African country or European country or American country or Asian country even. So the number of startups, so we have to give a legal framework to that, and we have to identify why the label to answer the gentleman from Filahanov. So the label is identified because each company could so a company that has been operating in hydrocarbons for 40 years and subcontract in the cleaning and drilling, so they could call themselves startups. So they're not necessarily startups. There is a label that defines a startup. So then, based on the age of this company, the number of employees, and also the activity. So the startups could take advantage of a lot of incentives, fiscal intensive, and we allow them through this label to be supported and to have incentives. As I said before, it's not a green card to get all the advantages in the world, but it allows them actually, or it helps them to get the necessary incentives so that they could move forward. So as I said before, there have been over 30,000 attempts to get the labels, because and we have a filter actually to distinguish between the ones who are eligible and the ones who are not. So we have startups from Tindu, from Mernia, from El Taref, from everywhere in the country that asked for the label. Some got it, and some was criticized because there were some reservations raised against them, and they have to lift those reservations to be able to get the label. So this is about the label issue. So I go back to the technology transfer and also the retention of resources. We have the director of EASY. He will testify about the figures. So there is a leak of resources or a brain drain. So one of the gentlemen spoke about the visa allotted to students to go abroad and study abroad. Usually the period, France, so the consulate of France set up an office in the Polytechnic school. So they say that whoever fails here, we are ready to take them, which means that they take. So the ones who fail here are the best in France. So the young Algerian student has 4 to 5 choices. I'm coming from a wealthy or a well-off family, so I can manage my my family business, or I have nepotism or a connection in the public sector, so I can do that, or they can think of going abroad to pursue their studies. But very few of them have an entrepreneurship spirit, who would think of setting up their own companies and employ, for example, 40 to 50 employees. And this mindset should be developed through the universities, through the cultural centers and other institutions. So we have to inculcate this mindset to the Algerian youth. So it's true that in the past there was a fear of failing, but now it's no longer the case. So if we give the case of KFC, who started at 49 or 50 years old after several failures, Zoom after nine attempts actually to set up in the United States, but it's failed. But now it's become one of the leader companies in the world with the COVID-19 pandemic. So it could reach the peak of its development. So this is to say that the startups play a pivotal role in the training and the change in the mindset of those people, because it's either entrepreneurship or not entrepreneurship. So it's because most of the students think of teaching at the university, go to the public companies or private companies and work. So there should be failures. So I myself am an entrepreneur. So I launched startups in 2015, but it was really rare. So there weren't supporting structures. Now we speak about 50 incubators and accelerators that have been existing since 2 years now. But 4 years ago, there wasn't anything. So in the deep Algeria, in the west, in the east, and also in the south of Algeria, we have support structures for entrepreneurs and also for startups. So I'm going to give the floor, even though there are some other points that I would like to speak about. But so I answer 3 questions that were addressed to me. So first of all, Mr. Sahrawi, when there is a person that comes to ask for a training, we don't take into consideration the location where they come from. So we speak about the idea. We consider the profile, the individual. So where do they come from? What do they do? What is the idea that they have? So if they come from university, if they are mere citizens, everybody is welcome to come and ask for a training. So you provided me with a budget for this. I thank you very much for that. And I invite everybody to come and to approach us for any kind of training. So as I said before, in person is even better, especially on the communication aspect, PNL, and because it's in person. If somebody cannot come physically, so every week there is a session via video conference that could be done. So we receive individuals, not people recommended by others. So with regard the Ministry of Vocational Training, so I wrote to your ministry since 2 years, and I asked whether there is any chance that we collaborate together. So there are some so when somebody finishes their study, they have their product, not their prototype. So I asked for an audience 2 years ago. It's true that it was delayed by the COVID-19 pandemic, and this is why I didn't receive a swift answer for that. So we have also the Ministry of National Education, because we don't have the authorization to enter at the so schools and middle schools and high schools. So what they did is that instead of going there, so they asked the pupils to come to our structure. So we found some good ideas based on which we can build something. And once the idea is selected, we do a training, and it's the basic for the startups. So somebody told me that I worked on 3 projects. I gave them to companies, and I didn't even know that intellectual property exists. I didn't know the Algerian institutions that are in charge of that. So we have certificates for the basics of the project and the management. And in a later stage, we have deeper trainings. People coming from the field and people that don't work in this field. So the question that was asked by the manager of Filaha Inov. Yes, we had to put performance indicators. So the startups is always. I think that for each question, for each action that is related, for innovation, for creativity, and so you need indicators. You need indicators to prove what is the work that you have done. We made proposals to the Directorate of Research, and the director asked me to prepare a document on that. I sent it. So we provided them with quality indicators and quantity indicators. So if you could collaborate with us for that, so I would thank you very much for that. Mr. Kizi, your question. So it's true that my colleagues answered that question, but at the level of digitization, I admit that all the startups, 90% or 80% of the startups that approached us are working in the field of digitization. So I call on all the people who would like to benefit from this training, so to come to see us or to register on the website. So you are all most welcome to come. So just a small comment, because all the questions were relevant, but I'm going to make a comment. So I wish that we could discuss tomorrow during the workshops and to be active. So tomorrow we will make proposals, and I promise that those proposals would be legal texts. So there is a workshop that will deal with financing and will explain what is risk capital. It's not a bank. It's a fund for capital risk. So all these issues will be transformed into debate tomorrow, and we will discuss all these points. Thank you very much, Mr. Nordin. So tomorrow, especially the startups managers are not going to be conservative. They will talk about their real difficulties, because in light of those difficulties and clarifications, there will be recommendations for the Prime Minister, for the Presidency to move things forward. So we ask you, we invite you to express all your preoccupations and concern. Mr. Bil Mahdi didn't receive any questions, but I think in the field of advanced technology, patents are very important. I think that during or at the workshop of the legal aspect, we will talk about the patents, we will talk about the legal framework and how to preserve it, to protect it at the local, national and international levels, so that we keep a student of the higher school of computing not to go abroad, but to work here in Algeria and export his product to foreign countries. So we invite you to participate fully in the workshops tomorrow. So I invite you as well to come back to this room after the lunch. So the lunch, which will end at 2 o'clock. So, of course, there are some pending questions, so we will leave them for tomorrow as part of the workshop. So I thank you very much for making of this session a success, and I invite you to the second session after the lunch. Thank you.
Recording has stopped.
1, 2, 4, 3, 2, 0. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. 1, 2. 1, 2, 4, 3, 2.
Un, deux, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, test 1. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, test 1, 1, 1, 2. Un, deux, trois, 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, test. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Un, 2, 1, 2, 4, 3, 2, 0. 1, 2, 4, 3, 2.
The woods are quiet in this part of town. The winds are changing as the leaves fall down. Don't let it take you off of solid ground. We're steady moving, we don't hear a sound. The woods are silent, we are all alone. The trees surrounding us will be our home. Follow the river down a trail of stone. We're growing feathers now, we're let
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, test.
we're going home. The stars will guide us if we lose our way. And in our memories the night will stay. Under the darkness of the trees we'll lay. Chasing the light when all the world awaits. We're going home. We're going home. We're going home. We're going home. Tell you I found what I was looking for. The woods are quiet in this part of town. The winds are changing as the leaves fall down. Don't let it take you off of solid ground. We're steady moving, we don't hear a sound. The woods are silent, we are all alone. The trees surrounding us will be our home. Follow the river down a trail of stone. We're growing feathers, now we're letting go. We're going home. Oh, we're going home. miles away. And in our memories the night will stay. Under the darkness of the trees we'll lay, chasing the light when all the world awakes. We're going home. We're going home. We're going home. We're going home. Send you a message when I reach the shore. Tell you I found what I was looking for. It's a quiet in this part of town. The winds are changing as the leaves fall down. Don't let it take you off your solid ground. Steady moving, the woods are silent, they are all alone. The trees surrounding us will be our home. Follow the river down a trail of stone. We're growing feathers, now we're letting go. We're going home. We're going home. The stars will guide us if we lose our way. And in our memories, the